So install those sensors and provided the data right now. So if they plan to have another one in the south and also north and also in Japan Sea, we actually proposed, our science community, we have a big science community in Japan, right? We actually proposed to have the sensors in south and also sensors in north and sensors in Japan Sea. But that is only a proposal from science part. And decision is made by government. So we are not sure they can decide or not. But we already proposed all over Japan to have those kind of sensors.
I have a question regarding that. You said that you need to eliminate some stations in the source, and this is very pity because in this case you don't use the power of the SNet. Yeah, you basically you have to go to the coast and you lose 20 minutes time. So my question is just because I was told that tsunami gravity waves could be always separated from seismic and acoustic because frequency range is very different. So if you do a filtering, you can always separate them. Is it not the case because but still you need to eliminate?
Yeah, for our method, actually, we not consider that. So we just simply consider that the pressure sensor could not, for example, detect any record. So we just completely eliminate that and replace with a preliminary fault model. So just simple concept.
Okay, I think it's time to go next speakers. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Professor Tanioka. He's going to talk about real-time tsunami hazard and damage forecast method for great earthquakes off the Pacific coast of Hokkaido in Japan.
Thank you. So today, I'm going to talk about a little bit real-time tsunami hazard. Because now, actually, I belong to not the Institute of Seismology and Volcanology anymore. I'm actually belong to Center for Natural Hazard Research in Hokkaido University now. So I'm a little bit go to the engineering side and that social science a little bit. So let me talk about the large earthquake in Hokkaido. You can see we had a large earthquake in Tohoku in 2011, right? And 17th century, we had a large earthquake in Hokkaido, off Hokkaido, about magnitude of 8.8. But because it's 17th century, this was determined by tsunami deposit survey along the Hokkaido. There are so many tsunami deposits, surveyed in those areas. And using those information, this is the one of them. Those points are tsunami deposit are found. And also those points are actually very high point and like 60 meter and 24 meters. Oh, actually 80 meter and 40 meters. And try to improve the tsunami relation area and those height. And that is, we get the fault model by Yoki and Tanioka. So after they found this, the Japanese government tried to find the expected large earthquake in this area. And this is also a cabinet office in Japan. They tried to find the most expected large earthquakes. And this is also find but estimated by using all of the data along the coast of Hokkaido and also Sanrik Coast. And they have a two model, and one is the Curie Trench model, and one is Japan seaside, Japan Trench model. So let me see that that is the right now the coast of Hokkaido as using for tsunami disaster mapping for like all of the city. So you have to use this model to need to have a tsunami inundation map for all of the cities. And that is actually magnitude 9.3. But that is all completely dependent on a tsunami deposit. But recently we have many information about the earthquakes. And this is not a Tohoku region, Hokkaido region, but it's Japan Trench. In the Japan Trench, not only a huge earthquake, we have a large earthquake of magnitude 8, distributing like that. And we have many things like very long field, very long frequency event or slow event or tremors occur in those positions. And maybe slow slip event is occurring like that. So the plate interface is actually release the strain energy accumulated in those where not only a huge earthquake or magnitude 8, they are also released by low frequency event like this or like that. So they have many behavior to release the stress. So that is we already knew. So we have to put those things. Can we put those information to find out what is the next huge earthquake occurring in the plate interface? In Hokkaido, we can see in the Hokkaido region, recently we know that those earthquakes are happening. And the self-distribution of those earthquakes are already found. And that is like a 2003 to 1952 and 1970 and 1894. Those are the magnitude 8 type earthquakes. But we don't know between this huge one, between those, to have a 8.0 or not. So, but we better use those information too. So what we did is try to find a realistic source model for our next great earthquakes using a geophysical data. And in this part of the plate interface, we observed actually the crustal movement rate at ocean bottom at those positions. We have a sensor at those positions and using a ship to find out the position of the sensor is moved, how much they moved. And this is the plate, Pacific plate, movement of Pacific plate compared to the Okhotsk plate. And that is about 8 centimeters per year in this way. And you can see that the movement is almost similar to that the Pacific plate rate, which means that the plate coupling in that plate, that plate is almost completely coupled. Not physically, but at least they move together with it. That means whenever earthquake happens, that part of the plate has to move and release those energies. Okay. Then I already told you that we have a 1978 Nemuro earthquake, and also we have a 1894 Nemuro earthquake. That is a little bit larger than those, and the area is also a little bit larger. And we have 1952 Tokachoki that has also sleep distribution, which shown here. And the same part, 2003, occurred in that part only. So that is also a little bit different. 1952 is a little bit larger, and the slip in here is quite large. The slip in this position is almost similar to the 2003. And also, we knew that the very low frequency event occurred in those positions. So those positions may not be slipped with a large earthquake. So that part of the plate is may not be moved during the earthquake, I mean the big earthquake. So we need to say that we divided into those simple plate interface. Let's say number 2 in here, the soil released by 1973 Nemuro type and also 1894 Nemuro. And 5 is released by 1952 Tokachi type. 6 is released by 1942 Tokachi and 1840 Nemuro. And the 7 is released by 2000 and 1952 Tokachi earthquake. And let's say 1 and 4 was not released by any earthquake. So maybe the accumulation of stresses continue from 400 years ago to right now. Let me assume during the 40 years after the 17th century event, maybe if it's repeatedly occurred, and this earthquake and that earthquake repeatedly, alternately, then every 70 years, we need to have this earthquake and that earthquake and that earthquake and that earthquake. Let's assume that after about 400 years. So that 1894 type should be 2 times, and 1917 3 times should be 3 times. And let's assume the sleep is about 3 meters. This is from that observation, actually. I mean, the estimation of the inversions. And let's assume this. And in Tokachi earthquake, 2003 and 1952 repeatedly occurred. The occurring time is about 50 years. Then during 400 years, we have 3 or 4 times for this type and 3 times for 1952 types. And if you do that, 4-2 is moved like 50 meters, and 3 is about 6 meters, 5 is 80 meters. You can see how much the magnitude 8 type, 8 earthquake release the energy. Another one sleep at those areas. And those are already released by magnitude 8 earthquakes, right? So that the sleep deficit is now calculated by like that. So this is the largest earthquake expected in this region by assume that those are actually occurred. And then another thing is that we know the support 3 is very close to the end of the the end of the coupling zone, down the edge of the coupling zone. So this might be cannot accumulate 32 meters of the sleep deficit because it's very close to the end of the seismic zone. So it can be 0. This is supported by like a GPS observation. And this is a sleep deficit rate observed by Hashimoto, and this is another one. And that part is actually yellow, and that part is slightly smaller. So that part cannot accumulate 30 meters sleep in there. So in a sense, this part was completely reduced by that 1894 earthquakes, about 6 meters. That might be enough. So that the slip distance might be zero, maybe in between. So we have a kind of a, scenario, and that have a uncertainty. So we did several, various port model close to that kind of slip model, and we calculate innovations from that. In Kushiro area. This is actually Kushiro city. You see that the Kushiro city is a big city, and we have many houses. And in behind, we have a Kushiro wetland. So there is no place to evacuate because this is completely flat, and the tsunami can be go farther, right, like that. And this is actually the Kushiro city closer, and they have a port in here, and we have a big building in there. Okay. So we did a calculation. One of the model, I put a calculation for that. And we have a calculation for tsunami radiations. Like that. And this is the flow depth in radiation map. And this is also another one, which the slip, the support 3 has a slip amount of 0. And that is the narration. And that is the narration map, which is quite different, right? Although estimated magnitude for those earthquakes are close to like 8.8 or so. So using that information, the narration map, we had also building distribution data from Hokkaido government, where each building are, and using a GIS map together, and using a fluidity curve, like a damage rate, calculating by that. And we have like a wooden house, non-wooden house, completely damaged case is like this and like that. In dense area and other areas. And those are provided by Cabinet Office, actually. Those, they have what constant in those two. So those constants are provided by Cabinet Office, actually. We use those numbers. And we calculated damage building number is complete damage rate plus half damage rate multiplied by 1/2. And damage building area is the total area multiplied by like that. And this is the calculation for cabinet model, which is this one. If you calculate that, the number of damaged building, main building is about 50%. And if you get into the commercial building, number of the building damaged about 80%. And if you the industrial buildings, damaged building is 89%, and 86%. If it's calculated the area, this is almost 91%. So industrial housing are completely destroyed by that cabinet office case. The first case, distribution of this, that estimated total damage rate is 83%, and little bit becomes smaller, and the industrial is still 81%. Now, if you put the 0 in here, and in the inhalation area become like that, then the number of the rate, I mean the damaged building, will become 11%. Even the industrial area, only 40% was damaged. So that's reduced a lot. The range of the damage is quite different from the previous one, and this one, and the cabinet office. So we better calculate it beforehand using those kind of information and try to see which, when the earthquake happens, immediately know that what kind of a damage we'll have in the Kushiro city. Using that, already Linda was talking about, we have a GPS regard system. Whenever they find the regard system, we can estimate how much building will be damaged. And in this regard system, the problem is that near the trenches, that the resolution is very low. So at 30-meter slip region, the regard cannot be estimated, but that is the uncertainty. We can put it that 30-meter slip or not. We can make changes like that. So using those kind of information, we can make a realistic source model for next 9 magnitude 9 earthquake. And using a recent geophysical observation and result of historical earthquake. A broad variation tsunami damage are estimated from those sources, but real-time source estimate can be done by using such a regard system and using a database of those fault models. That should be used for tsunami real-time tsunami damage estimation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tanioka. Are there any questions? Yes, there's a question there.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Tanioka, for very insightful presentation. So what I'm catching from your presentation is basically the authority of Kushiro City already know about the damage estimation if an earthquake and tsunami at that level happen. But what I'm interested in is what is actually the response after knowing about these study results? What is the response? What is their actions to mitigate the damage or something like that? Yeah.
Yes. What I'm trying to do is, for first, the local government like Kushiro City need to know whenever earthquake happen, what kind of damage will be. And so after that, they can plan how to rescue the people in Kushiro City, and you can make a plan and where the people are evacuating and this kind of thing. And in the future, what I want to do is agent modeling to see. We know that where the people are live right now, and in the daytime and the nighttime, and whenever the earthquake happened, we can do the agency moderation to see how many people go to the evacuation place, how many people couldn't go that already inside of tsunami or something. And then we can plan, the plan for saving the lives as quickly as possible in the local government. That is our plan to do it.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, we have a question here.
Tanioka-san, I can understand how you restored source mechanisms or size for the earthquake like Nemuro Okina 1973, but how you did the same for the 1894?
Yeah. Oh, well, that's a good question. We have an 1894 earthquake in Nemuro, and that earthquake actually produced tsunami. And the tsunami was recorded at the Ayukawa. We have one tidal wave stations at Ayukawa, and I use that station at least the wave, the period of the wave in Ayukawa to see how long that 1894 is 94 are. And I also estimate the slip at that long. And what I found is we need a 200-kilometer length of the fault for 1894 earthquake. And the slip amount is about 2.5 meters. That is, use only one station at Ayukawa. So the observation is quite important.
Any more questions? There's a question here.
A quick question. Did you consider the damage from the earthquake itself?
That is a good question too. We had, or actually, we have a aspected distribution of huge earthquakes, and we calculated the earthquake damage. But I didn't put that the combination of the damage and earthquake and tsunami yet. But in the future, I will do the both together. And the damage for large earthquake like magnitude 9 is somehow similar to already 8 because the strong motion from 8 to 9 is already saturated in somehow. So we can actually easily estimate it that how the buildings are affected by the strong motion of magnitude 9 earthquake. So we should combine those in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay. No more questions. Then let's thank Professor Tanioka again. This technically closes the session from yesterday and day 2.
It's like now session 6 got over. I would like to request Professor Alexander on stage to felicitate our chair and the co-chair, Professor Yuichiro Tanioka and Professor Usama Kadri.
I think I have so many. So I wanna give this to, I think that the best paper in our session, which that is only my thought. That is, I don't know.
Session 7.
Okay.
Session 7.
I think his method, a joint method, is that has a big future for the tsunami early warning system. Okay, so.
Oh, it is inside day 2. Sorry. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
They are telling not to change this.
and quite
Give the better. Okay, this one. Hmm. 1 minute. They are giving all the bill. The last minute they are giving all the bill.
So they will, what we can.
Participants తీయాలా మేడం? Depends on the coach and
Sorry for the delay. Now we are going to the session 7, societal dimension of tsunami risk. For this session, I would like to request Dr. Henry Jokswara as a chair, as well as the Professor Biswan Dax as a co-chair. Dr. Henry currently serves as a chairman of the Research Organization for Archaeology, Language and Literature at the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia. He has a distinguished academic background and is deeply involved in advancing Indonesia's archaeological and cultural heritage research. His research is focused. Dr. Jakswara integrates traditional studies with modern technologies, collaborating internationally to promote the understanding and conservation of Southeast Asia's archaeological and historical legacy. So, the Professor Biswan Dax is an associate professor from BITS Pilani, is a Department of Humanities and Social Science. His interest is in disaster studies. He pursues an interdisciplinary research that falls in the intersection of science, technology, and disaster management. I would like to request both of you to chair and co-chair the session.
Thank you for announcement. Good morning. Good morning. I did something better. Good morning to everyone. Actually, I was inspired by the Dr. Nailas Nayak in the plenary talks of the symposium on November 12. He said, the ability to predict an event and provide advisories is not enough to mitigate risks. Social system, political, economic, and industrial structure are equally important to provide resilience to society. The ability of local administration to respond an event and communicate effectively with people is crucial. An educational system that produces scientists and managers to implement such an approach is needed. Capacity building at the regional, national, institutional, and individual level is vital. I think from that kind of very interesting words, we will start the panel related with the social dimension of tsunami. I am Heri Yogaswara from BRIN of Indonesia. I think in this panel, we have 5 presenters, Dr. Irina Rafliana, Professor Biswanath Das, my co-chair, and myself, and Ms. Ninyoman Era Jumantini, and Dr. Midila Malika. Actually, the 4 speakers already talked with me, but Dr. Midila Malika, are you here? Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you for the. Okay, for the first speaker and also keynote of this speaker, I would like to call Dr. Iriana Rafliana. Dr. Iriana Rafliana is researcher at BRIN, and actually long time friend of me, 25 years ago. I know her, and this is very surprised now. She is expert in tsunami. So far, I know she is a broadcaster in the radio in Bandung, right? Sorry, I opened your secret. Yeah, he just finished her PhD in German Institute of Development Study, IDOS, and Universitat Bonn, and right now she's a postdoc in this organization. She was part of several international tsunami and disaster expert groups, including member of the Global Science and Technology Advisory Group for the UNDRR and AGITHR. She is also member of the Global Joint Tsunami Commission. Dr. Irina, 20 minutes for you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Heria Gosara, Professor Bishwanath Dash, and also everybody. Thank you, Tanioka Sensei, and also the Joint Tsunami Commission, INCOIS, as well as the Scientific Advisory Committee of the International Tsunami Symposium for making a dedicated space for social science in this esteemed convention. And most important of all, I thank all the coastal communities at risk, all the survivors of tsunami events throughout the world and survivors of conflict and wars, which from their wisdom and painful experiences, we as scientists build knowledge and try to improve our sense of humanity. Yeah, maybe most of you remember our convention last year, end of last year in Aceh. One of the inspiring talk was made by Professor Nigel Clark, and one of his sentence that resonated in my mind until today is that we are seismic beings from the beginning. And for me, this is quite inspiring. Probably making sense of what we are doing today is part of that. For local communities in many different areas in Indonesia, they embrace this idea of being seismic beings. Maybe they have different way of looking at it, different ontologies. I've visited Baya early this year with Dr. Heri, and what astounded me is that the statement from Abah Lala, one of the key actors who also proposed a tsunami-ready community, he said that Baya is actually embracing the possibilities of tsunami in the near future. For me, that strikes a different emotion because for Baya, for this particular area, flooding of the water or ta'ah laut is actually an important part of the social processes and that they embrace. This is quite different from what we or I understand about tsunami and tsunami risk and how we frame it. Also, if you remember the last two ITS in Bali, we followed with the visit to Maumere. This is also another ways of the local community or one particular actor, Babah Akong. He's already passed away a few years ago. We visited his place, and right after the 1992 tsunami, he tirelessly plant mangrove day by day with his wife. His wife was so frustrated because all of her gold were sold out by Babah Akong to buy new seeds. And until today, it's already 40 hectares wide. That's how I would assume or I would perceive living with tsunamis and being these seismic beings. Also, Banda Aceh, when we visited last year, there are many knowledge coming in, and this lady that me and Nigel Clark interviewed showed the strength and the ability to tell the stories. And what moves her was not the story about tsunami, but when she went to pilgrimage to Mecca in Saudi Arabia, when people pushed her around the crowd, she became like instantly emotional because she felt this is what I experienced in 2004 that saved me. People pushed me away from the coastline, and in that way I was saved. So I would really probably skip the video because maybe I don't have much time. But today, through modern science, pretty much derived from Western kind of take of risk, we question our seismic beingness. And this is actually why I'm here today, to also question our beingness in the terms of science and technology. So my engagement with tsunami profoundly was affected by the Indian Ocean 2004, of course. And this is one of the most important events that urges many social scientists to engage more in studying the waves, mainly with purposes of changing and improving policies to reduce future risks And it prompted scholars to question and investigate the infrastructures, the policies and social frameworks that were in place or lacking to deal with the challenges that the wave brought to humanity. This event, along with others that followed, led me to my research that I'm presenting today. This research examined complex and oscillating relations between tsunami waves, knowledges, and actions, and extreme material processes that perform wide-ranging, often destructive events, occasions changes in knowledge and practices, and interaction among widely dispersed collective of people who seek to understand and make sense of the waves. The movement of both types of waves, knowledge and also tsunamis, often with wild perturbation, gradually subside and eventually move mere ripples on the surface, waiting for another event to sustain the sense-making of the waves. And drawing on history and sociology of technoscience and ethnography of infrastructure, especially in regards with science-making in tsunami, in global scientific and technology cooperation, in the social life of our Tsunami Warning Center, room and colleagues, modeling, simulation, voice, and science, lived and experienced in everyday life. A territory of the space will always bring new risk of tsunamis and at the same time serves as a living laboratory. My research arguments to problematize the way tsunami research are generally approached empirically and methodologically, which often centered through anthropocentric explanation. This in itself carries the risk of sustaining power asymmetries, frictions, tension, inequalities, and unsustainable agenda of improving the well-being of human and the non-human, and hence the ambivalencies. So what is epistemic oscillation? Oscillation in its most literal sense means the back and forth motion, a swinging pendulum-like, that applies to different forms of materials, including water or even ocean waves and tsunamis. Tsunami oscillation is commonly recognized as a terminology in tsunami science, referring, for example, to the resonance of tsunami wave amplitudes in harbors and bays. The waves have to be excited to oscillate, be it vertical displacement of the water column due to the earth fault ruptures or other material disturbances. We were arguing yesterday about meteo tsunamis and all sorts. The wave height increased rapidly to evolve and then decrease over time and distance. For me, epistemic oscillation in this research refers to the back and forth of circular and refractive notion of ideas and knowledge that afforded and at the same time constrained by non-human forces, which are earthquakes, tsunamis, observation instruments, warning system infrastructures. An oscillation of episteme forced by the inhuman nature of tsunamis and geological processes that lead to notion of learning and forgetting, constructing and reducing meaning of waves, dispersion, dissemination, translations, transformation, all within which will saturate in time. And once saturated, the only way to sustain and maintain the circulation and development of these knowledges is to have another perturbation, is to have another tsunami, and therefore tsunami is of high importance. So to test or to experiment this notion of epistemic oscillation, I tried to work around different ways of looking at it through how tsunami science developed, how the German Indonesian Tsunami Early Warning System project was commenced, how the warning system assemblages or the materialities or instrumentations of the warning system was implemented, and also the everyday practices in a bigger earth. I'll show you a bit later of what that means. In these different 4 oscillations, we can see how the concept of tsunami science developed through or built through tsunami events, how different or how a particular tsunami in 2004 pulled all of the resources, critical moments in Germany in particular, and materialize what we call or what we know now by the German Indonesian Tsunami Warning System project. We can also imagine the events that going on since 2004 until today that bind the assemblage of buoys, modeling, maybe GNSS softwares, entangled with different commitments and uncertainties, whether it's uncertainty in epistemologically, ontologically, and politically. And then lastly, how perturbation sets a completely different world in the warning system operation room, where our colleagues in the National Tsunami Warning Center in Jakarta are entangled routinized every day by the ever surprising earthquakes and tsunamis. So I won't go into detail, but happy to refer back if you have questions around this. I'll take one example, how the emergence of the tsunami science in Indonesia started officially, probably, I would argue, in 1992, where the Flores tsunami occurred at that time. Were you there? I think Imamura Sensei was there. Were you part of it? Sasha, I think you're distantly part of it. You did a bit of a study in your laboratory, not in the field. Yes, but that was the first time in Maumere that scientists in Indonesia joined. It's from BMG at that time, and start to write something about it and publish it. But only until later, Indonesian scientists had their name as the first authors in tsunami scientific publications. I would argue that this emergence of tsunami science in Indonesia moved the scientists, engineers to different parts of the world, to Japan, to the US, so on and so forth. So there's no so-called from the north to the south, from the global north to the global south. Really, tsunami made things circulate, including knowledge, in a circular motion, not binary, as we initially think. Oops, yeah, this is interesting. I would like to share with you that between 1992 to 2004, there's only one female tsunami scientist. Now she's no longer even working in the tsunami area. Her name is Maria Kagda from Indonesia. After the 2004 event, between 2005 to 2010, we see Germany came into the picture offering PhD programs. One of the supervisor of Widodo Pranowo sits here, Professor Gun Behrens. So you're part of the history making. And then after the inauguration of the warning system in 2011 until probably closer to today, we saw the growing number of PhDs and masters in tsunami science, but mostly invested by the National Agency for Tsunami Warning, sorry, BMKG. You can see here also Maria during the 1994 tsunami. She's always together with Professor Kostas Sinolakis, but in every event after, Maria will always be with Professor Kostas Sinolakis, even until the latest tsunami in 2018. And that's her together with Venice and wonderful colleagues of BMKG visiting the warning center together with Professor Nigel Clark. So that's one example of using epistemic oscillation. The second way to look at it is probably to see how the warning system project emerged from Germany. The question would be, why Germany with no tsunami, more or less? There are a bit of references that I quote from Jürgen Behrens, but yeah, why Germany? So that was interesting. And there are also already critical moments before 2004 that then picked up these momentums. The pioneership of computer science in Germany, the engagement of Germany in the UN Convention in disaster risk reduction before 2004, and so on and so forth. And also during the 2004 event, there are approximately almost 600 German citizens died because of the tsunami, and that moves a lot of resources to then think about how the Indian Ocean region can have their own tsunami warning system. This was probably the fastest project development, less than 3 months from 2 pages of proposal in early January until March presented at the Phuket meeting, where then the governments of different nations in the Indian Ocean countries said, yes, let's build the warning system. And Germany already said, yeah, we can pledge 60 million euros for the system. Very, very fast, extremely fast, and not sure if we will ever have that kind of experience without a tsunami. Yeah. What is later then narrated is that Indonesia import German tsunami warning model. This is an interesting title that continue scrutinized by different actors, organization, and even social scientists. So these are more or less the design of the warning system setup. But what is interesting from this design is that there's already similar kind of sketches drawn by Professor Yan Sopaheluwakan, presented in China in January 2005, that perhaps inspired the design of the GTOS project, which again share the notion this is not about from the north to the south, from the global north to the global south. There's a circular of exchanges and ideas and inspirations that materialize this. And in Indonesia in particular, there's a very open blank canvas to be drawn and to be painted because we don't have warning system at that time. There's no way that Indonesia can invest a lot of money while doing response and in regards with the Aceh context and condition, losing 200,000 of contributing to the 200,000 losses of lives. The oscillation, epistemic oscillation exercise can also be applied in another case where I looked at the different materialities of the tsunami warning. Maybe around the tsunami modeling. It could also be looked at through the tsunami buoys, the SISCOM software, and so on. And if I pick only one, the tsunami modeling, see, we can see that different tsunami cases and imaginaries of future tsunamis actually shape stronger conversation between Germany and Japan. Thank you again, Jörn, for the picture. I think this belongs to you. These are a meeting that was held in, I think this is in Bremen or Bremerhaven in Germany, where all of these learning came really rapidly to the purpose of developing an approach of a modeling that is quite different from Japan, which Jörn Behren led, that also instigate different impact and quality to the Indonesian tsunami warning system, where the use of FEM model are deployed. There's also another notion of the political notion of modeling, where the origin of tsunami to work with are chosen politically, which is to respond to the need of the Indian Ocean countries. So here we thought probably previously, I don't have anything to do with politics, I'm a tsunami modeler. We would argue, no, that's not correct. The particular decision to choose this have different political, social implications as well in different countries and different communities. For example, in Indonesia, since the main idea is to respond to the threat that also correspond to the interest of the Indian Ocean, the eastern part of Indonesia, the section, is not prioritized, at least at the very beginning of the inauguration. And when we had events in the eastern part of Indonesia, we also have difficulties to explain the limitations of the technologies also because of this decision. Yeah, this is my favorite oscillation part, which is negotiating everyday practice in a bigger earth processes. If you remember the story about Mbah Marijan in Merapi Mountain in Indonesia, where there's a gatekeeper who tells or mediate the communication between the volcano and the people and the community, between the spirits to the beings, I would say that is precisely or almost precisely the same effort that the colleagues at the BMKG is actually doing. The spirits are the digital information on the screens, the non-humans, the blinks and the sounds in the room that perform these ritual practices through SOPs, and also psychological burden in everyday life of the colleagues there. One of our dear colleague here, his name is Aprilianto. He became the gatekeeper of the warning center because he experienced personally, the tsunami Mentawai 2010, the doublet earthquake 2016, the Sunda Straits tsunami 2018. All of other colleagues who knows that Aprilani is there, and if there's a real event happening, they feel a bit more safe because Aprilani seems to know more than them, seems to kind of have a composure because of these real event experiences that help other colleagues in the warning center. Other colleagues that I learned from based on my ethnographic work for 1 full month in the center, some of them also experience a really difficult psychological pressure. One of this is a colleague mentioned there are worries when they drive to the office, to the warning center. Every time they leave the office, they pray that there will not be a big earthquake. Yeah, not too big. Earthquake is okay, but please not too big. That's the prayer in their everyday life, so that their life will be at least at peace. Although being there in that room for 1 full month, I feel suffocated. I cannot. I leave the room 1 month afterwards and felt like how privileged I am in such a free world, not having to think about or worry about leaving the room too long for lunch, doing prayer in the evening during Ramadan, and so on and so forth. These kind of notions are not even being thought about when the tsunami warning was designed. So I hope we can also learn one or two from the colleagues in the warning center. I would say they are also vulnerable communities, but at the same time empowered by the technologies. And as you can see here, there are a series of events that happened after 2004 and will keep on going and will keep being part of the lives of all of these seismic beings. Whether or not we try to understand it, there's always surprises, and that always pushes us to learn more and more. Yeah. So as events bounce back here and there like a pendulum, oscillating from Banyuwangi, Flores, East Timor, Papua, Tonggolo Bibi, Banggai, and then Aceh, and then Pangandaran, to Mentawai, back to Palu, and then to Sunda Strait. We thought that we know this beast. It's the other way around. And for sociologists, anthropologists, economists, these are extremely interesting. But also we need more media forum platform to discuss this and engage more with you, and to agree that what we mean by science, it's not only hard science. Science is interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary. And even those who did not graduate from a scientific academy for tsunamis, like for Pa Ardito, he's a hero here. He's also a tsunami scientist, I would argue. And maybe in this opportunity, since he's also going to, or already retired, may I invite you to give a round of applause to Pa Ardito? Just as a sincere thank you that you're involved in this. You are a seismic being as well, Pa Ardito. To conclude, knowledge travels in oscillating motion, following the contours of different social situatedness. Still a huge mystery for us, including the social fabric of different locals. Tsunami became the vital entity which sense-making and technology development depend on the perturbation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irina. Is there any question or? Yes, please.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. I believe that this presentation demonstrates the incredible progress achieved by Indonesia in tsunami science mitigation in tsunami warning. What is also important, we now see some very high level Indonesian scientists working in this area. You know that tsunami waves is a really catastrophic event, and it does not know state borders, but it has one good feature. Tsunami unites people. Indonesia now became a very important member of our tsunami family, and Indonesian scientists are working as a very important part of this. our team. And my congratulations to Indonesian scientists and specifically to Irina. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yes.
Irina, thank you for this wonderful talk. I'm always touched by your talks, I have to admit that, because they, in a way, go into a point that we usually are blind with, I think, in this community as scientists. But I think what you say here is something that goes beyond tsunami science, because it is also valid for other kinds of sciences. So I'm involved also in climate science, and the same thing applies there. So what I liked very much was your comparison with the spirits, and that technology is our spirit that we kind of adhere to, and the non-human spirit. Can you, in a way, describe how you can imagine how this kind of spirit, and making clear that this is actually a blind spot in our understanding of how we perform science, how this could be more revealed and also made useful for our own science, also in other communities maybe.
Thank you very much, Jorn. That's not an easy question. I don't also have an easy answer to that, but I really appreciate that notion. My question to Satake Sensei during the IUGG 2023, or even before, we had a Zoom meeting as well, and I interviewed him. And I asked, is there any research related with the usefulness of tsunamis? And he was pondering quite long. And he said it's difficult to think about it, because we always frame tsunami as danger, as risk and hazard, as enemy. And for me, in the social science realm, in sociology, we discuss about power symmetries, usually between humans. But in that particular sense, I felt, oh, okay, that's a power symmetry between the human and non-human. We're overpowering tsunami by saying that they are danger. And then to think about it, tsunami is actually the Earth heartbeat. It has to happen. Why do you frame it as disaster, as scary, as hazard? Only because humans decide to reside on the coastal area and add to the population, and not wanting to learn with or live with the tsunamis. And that is how science are continuously framed towards evacuation routes, shelters, modelings, always working towards that. And I think what is really interesting and fascinating for me in my research journey is that particular notion. What is the usefulness of tsunami? And then I mean, in the Aceh conference, I also shared this. I had the chance that Anawat Sensei introduced me to Noriko Uchida Sensei, and from Tohoku University. And I also asked her the same question: what is the usefulness of tsunamis? And then Noriko Uchida said, I don't know from the human perspective, but from ecological perspective, there is actually a particular weed in Japan that is almost extincted. But the 2011 tsunami actually excavated this seed from the ground, and it's alive again. It was usually a very important plant that fishermen use for shrines, also for boats, for ropes, and so on. But this was almost non-existent. But because of the tsunami, it became again into being. So from that point, I was like, there must be something that we can tell about the usefulness of tsunamis, rather than saying continuously, including to the community, that we are living in a scary world. I don't know if that answered that, Jörn, but thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, Irina. Yes, thank you for your inspiration talk, and also question from the participant. I think we can continue directly. Okay, thank you again. Give applause for Irina. Now is my co-chair would like to speak, Professor Biswanath Das.
Now I would like to request Dr. Harry to felicitate our keynote speaker.
Sorry?
Like,
Okay.
felicitate.
Okay, I just want to introduce Professor Biswanath Das. Professor Biswanath Das is an academic at BITS Pilani, Hyderabad, specializing in interdisciplinary research in intersection of science technology studies, or STS, and disaster management, with a focus of public understanding of meteorological warning in India. Time is yours.
Thank you. I teach at a university which is about 30 kilometers from here at Hyderabad. And broadly, I'll be talking about integrating tsunami risk in a multi-hazard framework and from a community perspective. So in this short presentation, I'll be talking mainly three things and then try to consolidate towards the end in the sense of a multi-hazard EWS. And the first of it would be about the science of tsunami. A lot has been discussed already in the previous session earlier as well. But I'll be looking at the relationship of this science with the public, or particularly those living on the coast. The second point I want to emphasize about warning communication and the massive system that we operate. The third is about how people respond to early warning for tsunami. So this is a framework I draw from, which is from Pontovix and Ravage, who argued that there is a different kind of science which is different from the previous earlier sciences that we are familiar with. For example, the classical science we call curiosity-driven basic science, etc. Long back, we have moved from classical to the applied science. But then Ravage and Pontovix brings in two other kind of sciences. One they call professional consultancy, and the other one they call post-normal. Both of these sciences, they argue, are characterized by two dimensions. One is the system uncertainty, and the other one is the decision stakes. Take the case of professional consultancy, which the belief is more of client serving, and large part of the engineering sciences, for example, would fall into that, which are exciting nevertheless, but at the same time is different from other sciences which they talk about called post-normal, in which already a comment has come in terms of climate sciences, sea level rise, air pollution, its impact on health. All such sciences where not only the system uncertainty is quite high, but it is also the scale of the decision that has huge implication for people. In such cases, they believe we should go beyond the traditional peer community, bring in non-traditional or extended peer community. The point of bringing it is here, I would argue, the tsunami science falls into this post-normal science for various reasons. Let's take an example. If I am someone who's living on the coast and I receive a warning that you have to evacuate immediately for a very big danger of tsunami, I would ask some basic questions before I take action. And the first of it would be, are you sure about this warning? That's about the confidence level which the science has. The second would be, how big is this wave going to be? Well, we may have an answer to an approximate. But then I would also want to know if that is on the shore line, what happens if the wave reaches what we call an inundation model? Further, I would go to ask, is my house going to be impacted? Am I safe in my own house? When we enter into answering such set of questions, obviously we enter into a lot of uncertainties, which is why the first idea is about putting this post-normal science to merge it with another emerging idea of recent time called the first mile approach. As many of you would already be familiar, it's an approach distinct from the last mile connectivity, where you see people who would be affected as the primary stakeholder. They don't come at the bottom of the pipe, rather they are the primary active player in terms of designing a early warning system. Which is what my contention is, as far as the tsunami warning system, the very idea of a first mile is most relevant because of the uncertainty that it carries. Let me go to my second point, which is about masses and communication. Let me take an example again as to a very warning. Let's say we have got it within 5 minutes and we ask people to move. Let's see it from the local point of view. Which are the particular villages which require to be evacuated? That's not an easy task. Those of you who have worked on the ground, identifying how far inland and which are the villages requiring to be evacuated. Now, suppose we still sort of find an answer to that question. Who is responsible? How much time is available, etc. Obviously, will be the follow-up question. Let's move further. How do you get that warning to the last person? You may be tempted to answer, we have plenty of these technological means, for example, the mass notification system, broadcast, etc. Let me complicate the situation a little further. It's late at night. People are sleeping. It could be very bad weather. And in those short window that you have, how do you notify people in such cases? Well, in those circumstances, often we fall back on a very popular method called the siren system, which alerts people. It does, but does it really provide adequate information? A siren tells you a danger, doesn't tell you how big is the danger. You may further go to say that, let's back it up with some kind of audio message. A follow-up question would be, would that audio message be recorded? Or do you want it to be live? If you say recorded, obviously the nature of response would be very different because people can recognize this is something on the past, a scenario which have played out in the earlier times. If you say it has to go live, then the question is, who is mandated to provide such a live, notification to people to move out and leave their houses in the middle of the night? In Indian cases, for example, these are the two pictures. The second one is what we tried out sometime in Kadalur after 2004, and the DM or the district magistrate was empowered to give such a notification. But the problem is, which is my last point, that how do you sustain a system over a period of time? And to my disappointment, 6 years later, after this project, which became quite an important one and was replicated across both coasts of India, there was a cyclone which is called Thane cyclone, hit the same district, and I didn't find any trace of that system that we had built in 2006. So it raises the question of how do you sustain a system over a period of time? A hazard like tsunami, which is infrequent, how do people warm up to it, and so on and so forth. So it brings me to two sides of the story, even at the ground level, one from the authorities' point of view, one from the people's point of view. For authorities, important considerations are, how much time do I have to carry out an evacuation? What is my confidence level? How sure I am, how big it is going to be, the intensity? What are the local conditions? How much resource I have? How many people do I have at my disposal? How much transport do I have? What is the shelter capacity? These are the questions, obviously, from the administration point of view. For public, you would find a new set of consideration. On top of it, I would argue, is my house safe? If I don't think so, where is the incentive for me to move out of my house? And if I succeed convincing, yes, your house is not safe, I would want to go to somebody's in the neighborhood. That doesn't have to be a designated shelter. It has to be a shelter which probably gives me a better safety. But in addition to the housing, there is also a question about how others are behaving. Very rarely would you see, maybe our colleagues from Indonesia, other countries would agree that people don't do that in isolation, just 1, 2 odd people. They watch and that's how they operate, moving together. What is the past experience where the false alarm? An important point here, people don't distinguish between a tsunami and a cyclone, for example. I've been doing this kind of study over the last 20 odd years. And every time they talk about, it's not necessarily about a cyclone because they see the administration as the interface. The notification, the decision came from the administration, not the warning agency necessarily. Therefore, all of this, including the household decision, the gender issue, for example, who decides in the household whether the family should move or not? And in addition, you also have already discussed about the local knowledge, the theft risk widespread, even though without much empirical evidence, and also the shelter for pet animals, which is an important consideration. I'll take you through a quick, few pictures just to highlight some of the points I made. This is a shelter which was constructed with the help of German Red Cross in Okilpal. It's a place in Kendrapada, very vulnerable. And this shelter saved many lives in 99 super cyclone. Now, if you see the right, the plaque says it was opened in 3rd January 1998. Now, over the period of time, the size of the village, the population has more than doubled, but the shelter capacity remains the same. And the shelter also, the structural safety is also, there is a question mark. Would you, sort of, if there is a tsunami warning, would you allow people to be in the same shelter? Few more shelter picture to say that, given the population of the coast in India, shelter capacity would continue to remain a major challenge, also the structural safety of it. And here you on the left, you see 2 school building, both primary, and this is in Puri districts of Orissa. Both had asbestos roof. At the time of Fani, a cyclone which hit the districts in 2019, about 50 odd people took shelter in this small house because they thought that's safe enough. And both the primary buildings had their asbestos roof blown off. At that point of time, they moved to the neighboring buildings. And on the right, you see this is a private multi-storied building. It's right next to Bhimli Beach, which is near to Visakhapatnam, and not about, less than 100 meters from the high tide line. And there was a cyclone Hudhud sometime back, and about 70 to 80 people took shelter in this particular private building. The larger question is that when you declare this is a safe shelter, that's not happening so much for cyclone. How do you do that for a tsunami on the coastline? So we come to the last segment of it, is called, then what do you do in such a case? My first point is to have a multi-hazard, which we are already in. For example, several agencies, including INCOIS, are already operating in a multi-hazard framework. There are 2 reasons to say so. The first is because tsunami kind of is infrequent, very difficult to sustain any initiative over a long period of time. And a lot of that, what we know, is not necessarily about tsunami response. It's largely in terms of other hazard like cyclonic response. But the second important, which Dr. Naik, raised in his first, session, is about the interrelationship and the interaction among different hazards, which is far more important as well to understand. And as we are moving from multi-hazard to multi-risk, I would urge that be the more kind of appealing framework, a multi-risk where not just the hazard, also the other dimension like vulnerability, etc., factored in. Achieving such a multi-hazard or a multi-risk framework is not going to be easy. Several challenges. For example, what is the knowledge concerning these interactions? Coastal erosion, for example, this picture shows you. This is from Kendrapura, a place called Penta. In the last 5 to 7 years, the erosion has been very rapid. The sea has almost reached here, and there is a protection here called embankment. The village, which is about 500 people, are living with fear on every given day because of the erosion magnitude. Now, obviously, this has changed the risk of tsunami for this particular village as compared to a decade back. So when I say about interaction, this is what I have in mind. It's also about how people in those areas, the coastal forest, etc., they reflect in terms of the changing profile of the risk. So therefore, a multi-hazard early warning system, I would argue, would be far more helpful, but there would be challenges which require to be dealt with. Thank you for your patience, and these are some of my reflections.
Thank you, Professor Vishwanath. Is there any question or statement for his presentation? Okay, please.
Thank you very much for very interesting presentation and very different point of view to the hazard, multi-hazard, multi-risk. You showed us how the community perceives many messages or the threat, the hazard, it seems like it's self-organizing system. Can we really influence it, or are there any methods, approaches to bring our perceptions into that system? And I don't know, would it help to bring this perception? So there should be also some other ways to do it, to work with it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think it's rather a loaded question, if I've understood correctly, for this region, that what makes people perceive the risk the way it should be. Is that really? And why did I say loaded is because I believe large amount of social research has gone into this question, not just for tsunami, for all kind of hazards, to end up with this particular idea called perceived risk. And all kind of approaches have been made to sort of decode that what really makes that risk, when and how. For example, starting from smoking to everything else, how do people actually perceive that risk and internalize it? How do they act upon that? And which is why, as far as a short or easy answer would be this, it would certainly vary, like a point was mentioned about the faith leader or maybe a community leader, someone whom people trust. And if they are in a position to influence it to a certain extent, that this is a good time to, you must respond to it. But this is not something which can be sort of replicated at every place. That's the challenge of social systems. They are contextualized. They would vary from place to place.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you can ask, please.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing the perspective of the social from the other side of this one. But as far as disaster management agencies are concerned, they wanted to simplify the message, like common alert protocol, which they wanted to categorize as red, orange, and green, so that the action is only important at that point of time when a disaster is hitting that mode. So I wanted to hear, how do you perceive both of these together? Thank you.
Sir, this color coding is something which is being tried out for cyclone for the longest time in India, basically called impact-based forecasting and warning. How far the color codes have made communication more effective is something to be studied on a scale. So that's one. Obviously, the intent is to sort of communicate through these color, and therefore, But in my view, the problem is communication is just not about, like I would link it with the first set of questions, the uncertainty which remains there. And it would be quite evident to those who are being warned as to, because something like tsunami would not have an environmental cue, which is a big disadvantage as compared to cyclonic storm surge, etc. You're still able to see something here. You have to trust somebody for the sheer this thing. There is also a question about, for example, there's one, if I remember correctly, 2008, there was a tsunami watch by the INCOIS, if I'm correct. And these in the districts where large number of people were put into the shelter by the local administration. So people are unhappy because nothing happened at the end of the night. But the administration had compelling reason. They said, you just look at the terrain condition. It will take us quite a lot of time for us to get people into the shelter. What you would have expected us to wait, whether the watch becomes a warning, we should take some preemptive actions. And I mean, the collector said, I'm not unhappy because I put people into inconvenience for a short duration, but at least have the satisfaction nothing has happened. So it's a lot, much more complicated in terms of demands on both sides of it.
The last question, because after that we have tea break, right?
Thank you very much for a very nice and interesting presentation. I have two things. The first one, from the multi-hazard approach, when we are defining shelters, how do you define shelters in terms of multi-hazard approach? Because again, it's like a shelter that is defined under, let's say, tsunami, that can be used as a, let's say, let's start from assembly point, or shelters for tsunami can also, when you think about other hazards like cyclone, how do you define it, like one place to fit all? Or do you have another approach to solve this, so that at least we don't have many shelters for different occasions in the community, just to remove that confusion? And then another thing is what I was just discussing with Mr. Adito here, is that when we define safe shelters, when we use the word safe, it sometimes becomes a little bit of, again, a little ambiguity, I can say, because when we say something safe, it's like a building trust to the community that if you were able to reach at this place, then like you're saved from this disaster. But in most cases, it's not this. Sometimes it's not the case. We have seen some situations like what happened in Japan and in some other areas, or for example, from the example that you have showed here on the screen. So how do we communicate this information clearly to the community in such a way that they can know it's their shelters, but sometimes there's that, like we said again, it cannot always be safe for them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. And the first part is in terms of how do you look at multiple hazards together, and how do you deal with, because each would require a different set of approach. In that sense, I would put this way, that tsunami, it really changes the whole, mainly because of the short lead time and whatever one has done. So obviously there is no straightforward answer that how you combine with itself in bringing in all set of hazards together. So I think at the moment when we say multi-hazard, it's more looking at a set of them together, like the kind of hazards would change once you move away from the coast and dip inside. And much of this would not make much sense to them in terms of the coastal hazards. So therefore, there would be one set of challenge in terms of bringing them in. And tsunami is because if you have done something for about in a matter of few hours, you will much easier for you to a longer time frame. The second part is about this idea of a safety is very contested, obviously, and it's not necessary. I don't think that people are necessarily right when they feel safe. And that's where the administration authorities and the governance system walk in and to say that we are also equally worried about your safety. So therefore, this point about how to make them feel, I mean, when do they decide safe and are they safe? I think it's somewhere between both authorities and the people. It can't be left to either of them as well.
That's all. Thank you. Professor Bismarat for your presentation and give applause for him.
Now we can break for the tea break, and within 15 minutes we are going to restart the session.
Can we start? May I request everyone to kindly settle down so that we can start the remaining part of this session. Okay, I have the privilege of introducing Dr. Harry Jogiswara, who is also the chair of this session. And Dr. Harry has been an anthropologist by training. He's also a senior researcher at BRINS. And his primary focus is on indigenous communities. He has done significant work as far as this particular focus area is concerned. Over to you, Dr. Harry.
Thank you, my co-chair. Thank you. Good morning. Actually, I would like to talk about the politics and production of knowledge after tsunami disasters, the role of social science and humanity in changing research ecosystem in Indonesia. My name is Heri Yogaswara. Yogaswara is really Indonesian name, not Indian name, look alike. And maybe some of you wondering why, as an anthropologist working in the ecology and disaster mitigation research group, come from the research organization for archaeology, language, and literature, talk about tsunami. Yeah, it's quite far away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's because yeah, actually because of Pak Ardhito, I think. Yeah, in 2005, the UNESCO's sent me to Simelu of Aceh to study about the SMONG, the local knowledge related tsunami. At the time, but I'm not tsunami scientist, just like Irina. I interested study about tsunami. Okay, and then I think I stay here 3 days up to now, and 2 days I learned a lot. So many what is method related with understand tsunami, modeling, yeah, mathematics, and etc. But of course, from the social science and humanity perspective, we have also tools to understand tsunami in the community level. Just like in this, what is picture? What? Oh, sorry. I think I made mistake. Okay. This is these two painting. Yeah. One is showing about the panic. Yeah. During the wave came, and this is about we call the queen of Southern Sea. Yeah, that's in some communities is very well-known story about her. But I think if we can analysis of the folklore about the folk tale, but maybe related with the what we call the ancient tsunami from the past, and that's the community try to figure out, yeah, how to prevent and how to prevent from the Southern Sea wave and etc. And also, this is one of my favorite about the SMONG. This is about mitigation related disasters through the poem. Yeah. And also this is Rep Demand. This is, I think, my colleague, Susi. I think she did with Pardito also. Yeah, everything Pardito. Yeah. I think documentary film about tsunami in Mentawai. And I think this is also about the children who read about the flyers related with the tsunami. Okay. And also, I think the way to remembering through also the social research tsunami in Indonesia. I think the late Anthony Reid is one of the famous historian in Southeast Asia. I think his work related to understand the tsunami during the colonial time using the archive of the colonial period, and also research related to the post tsunami, how the cooperation among the community, yeah, related the post tsunami disaster. And also, this is the our I think this is true. Understand the publication. We can see that after the tsunami 2004, so many publication increase, yeah, related with the tsunami. I think also, if we can see from this slide, actually the many publication, research publication is still heavy on the issues of governance, yeah, issues related with recovery and reconstruction. But I think I'm happy to see issues about the culture, gender and religion also become the increased issue to understand the post tsunami and also the related mitigation related to tsunami. And I think this is just like pathway related with how the what is policy and also institutionalization related to tsunami in Indonesia. I think like 2005. I think this is just like the journey of Irina. Yeah, if you read her dissertation, and also maybe Pardito again. Yeah, yeah. In 2005, actually the initiation of what this Indonesia-German cooperation, as Irina mentioned earlier about the cooperation between Indonesia and Germany, and also the very important establishment of TDMRC in University of Syah Kuala of Aceh that become hub of the research related to tsunami, and also in our office before I working for LIPI, Indonesian Institute of Science, we conduct compress until 2012. Why compress? Compress was died. Huh? Okay. And also 2006, there was a ministry regulation related with the focal point in accuse. And at the time also there was a tsunami in Pangandaran, yeah, in south part of West Java. And also tsunami drill, yeah. And also the very important time for Indonesian disaster management is 2007, because there was a launch of law number 24 on 2007 related to disaster management. That I think that's because of that happened in 2004, make increasing the awareness to have good disaster management. I think I don't want to read one by one; it's too complicated. Yeah, and also in 2009, establishment of University Forum for Disaster Risk Reduction. Actually, that's universities located in the disaster-prone areas, yeah? Just like in Palu. Palu at the time, not really. Maybe in Nusa Tenggara Barat, yeah, and Aceh and other part. And also, we have a master plan of tsunami in 2011. Yeah. And also, we have earthquake field school of BMKG. Yeah, I remember yesterday we discussed about what is what is peta jalan, yeah, roadmap, yeah, related about what is tsunami, what is for the student, something like that. Yeah. Okay. And then finally, I think in 2024, we have national earthquake map of tsunami. And then 2025, yeah, 2024, I think on December, we have the, we call the commemoration, yeah, if celebration, I think it's not good, yeah, commemoration of 20 years of tsunami. And I think that's also a very good time also for us to reflect about what we did so far related with disaster management related with tsunami. And then I think disaster and academic work now in Indonesia, especially related with tsunami, is growing and increase. So many seminar, workshop, also professional organization. I know here Ibu Harkunti, one of the Pusgen, yeah, Pusat bencana dan sebagainya and etc. That's I think that's the impact of the what is disaster in 2004, and of course so many others disaster happen in Indonesia. Actually, I hate to say Indonesia is supermarket bencana, yeah, a supermarket of disaster. Yeah, many say like that. Yeah, it is I think not so good word. Yeah, but in reality it's there. Yeah? And also, in my point of view, the like in our office, if we talk about disaster, still what is not dominated, but the perspective is still related with the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Yeah, that will be different if we would like to have another approach using the science, technology studies. Yeah, but sometimes we use science, technology, and society. Yeah, this morning we just discussed about this matters with one of I think scholar from here from Hyderabad related with the STS, and then I think our government, especially from our office, from our organization, pay attention about the STS. We had big conference we call the Japan ASEAN STS Forum, yeah, last August, and I think that's good part of to show the importance of relationship between social science and also with the STEM and etc. And also, if we talk about the knowledge production as something macro things, yeah, the publication trend is you can see from this graphic, the trend very increase, yeah, but still, yeah, the issues is related with the public policy and public health. Yeah, but I think that's still a good news, yeah, because pay attention about the what is the problem of disaster in Indonesia. Previously, I talked about the something so macro related with the statistic and etc. But if we go to the going to the community, yeah, as I mentioned earlier about the Smong, yeah, as one of local knowledge in Simelu of Aceh. Why is so what is so famous Smong? Because when the tsunami happened in December 26, I think only 5 or 7 people killed. Yeah, only I think it's not good. Also use only, but the area was what is island. Yeah, can you imagine if they don't have local knowledge like this and they don't have also early warning? I think the victim will be more than 5 or 7 peoples. Yeah, because I think this local knowledge actually the story about if there is a strong earthquake and the water in the what the beach is recede, you need to go to the hill or to the what is upper area. Yeah, that I think that's the what is the story of Smong. That's really oral tradition. Yeah, oral tradition. But right now, so many different varieties of Smong, include using radio and etc. And yeah, only single Smong. Yeah, I think there are around 18 to 20 publication, and we try to research using the bibliometric studies to understand about this local knowledge and why so many scholars interested with this local knowledge. Yeah? And also one of, sorry, it's not so clear, one of, from our perspective, to understand what is relationship between one research to another, we can use the keywords thing, yeah, just like local wisdom and also indigenous knowledge and etc. From this map, we can see the what the most important issues handled by the scientists. And but the question is how relationship between knowledge production into policy, because I think we are very success with the local knowledge production, but maybe with the policy still in question. Yeah. So far of my experience, if we would like to succeed in our research into policy, we need to directly involve with the group or become the member to making the policy. I think it is so difficult if we just write something and we don't want to engage to promote our research. That I think that's my personal experience like that. And then I think lastly, I would like to talk about the changing of research ecosystem in Indonesia. I need to mention about this because the situation is really different with the 2005 or 2004. Because in Indonesia, we have now we call the National Research and Innovation Agency or BRIN. Yeah, I am part of that organization. This is a very big organization because we have now around 14,000 employees and we have 8,000 researchers. Yeah, it is not so easy to manage about this because all the research organization from the ministries is joined with us now. Then, and of course, this is not so easy. But the most important part of this new research organization is separating between who doing research and who doing policy. Yeah, just like in this screen, I think this deputy is doing the research and research organization doing research activities and produce knowledge. Yeah. That I think is quite different. Previously, we did research and also produce policy. That I think the main. And also, as I mentioned earlier, we have the three function of research in BRIN. Yeah. First is the policy recommendation provider, as I mentioned earlier. Also funding agency. I will talk later on about funding agency and executing agency. Yes, I mentioned earlier. That's really separate between policy recommendation provider and also the executing agency. That's I think that's really different with the previous research organization. And I would like to talk specifically about the Deputy for Development Policy. In this deputy, actually, we call the policy formulation making. And then if we talk about the tsunami or disaster, actually in the Directorate of Environmental, Maritime, and Natural. Okay. And Directorate of Environmental, Maritime, Natural Resources, and Nuclear Energy Policy. I talked with the director last week, and I asked, "Where is this policy related with the disaster?" She said, "Not yet. There is no related with disaster, and especially for tsunami. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, I think this is autocritic for us also. Why there is no policy like that? Because I think that's the system, because actually our office just wait from the ministries to come and they ask about what kind of policy they need. I think that's all of my presentation, but I would like to also promoting this this event. We will conduct a World Science Forum in 2026 in Jakarta. And because I observe about some issues that very important, we need to speak in the World Science Forum. The theme of World Science Forum is Science to Global Resilience and Equity. I think that's really related with our 3 days discussion. And I think lastly, Actually, as a research organization, we also hiring. We have the two program, postdoctoral program, and also visiting researcher program. Visiting researcher usually for professor, seniors, and who would like to study in Indonesia. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Heri. We have time for a few questions. There's one.
Thank you, Dr. Hedy, for this interesting talk. I hope you remember me. We met already in 2007. I have one question. It is very impressive how Indonesia changed, not only in terms of the mindset, but also in terms of the organizational structures and on a governmental level. So I couldn't imagine that this would happen in Germany. So how did you, how was the process to actually change these structures? How did that happen? How could that happen? So is that also usefulness of a disaster, for example? That's my question.
Okay, my previous boss, because he just stepped down on Monday, not stepped down, I think. President is stopped his position, told me, when I built BRIN, I made a tsunami. Meaning to say, it really very big and very fundamental changing. Yeah. Not just like what is in English, react, yeah, not something small. Yeah, it will be changed, and then it is of course not easy. Yeah, up to now we still have so many what this improvement. Yeah, and then yeah, I have new boss. I don't know what my new boss will make changing again. Yeah, but that's in my point of view, we need to change, because the reset environment in Indonesia actually at the time is not so good to give the what is a good reset result and etc. Yeah, we are on the process again now. Yeah.
There's one question from here.
Thank you, Pak Heri. So for me, as Indonesian, so I get better picture because you are the first person to deliver about the situation in BRIN. So this is very interesting how, like in your last, not maybe few slides before, that related about development policy, where disaster has not become the priority. Just remember when I was like, a part of the National Research Council, I have to fight the disaster is very important. And then they just group it with the environment. So I don't mind as long as the word disaster is existed. So this is one point, maybe I hope then since the new head of BRIN is your colleague, so you can, you can persuade him that it doesn't matter, we can go because environmental disaster now become very worse, and then combined with the natural disaster. Other issue, maybe Pak Heri, that is very important here, that nuclear energy policy, because nowadays Indonesia is toward development of the nuclear or clean energy, is not directly, but still under reactor stage. So maybe this also, like like ODTP presentation, that this can be induced with geological hazard. So maybe if this become priority also, hopefully what we have discussed in ODTP that become your ammunition to talk with your new boss, and you can create the second tsunami in BRIN. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Bu Arkuti. I think when I return to my office, I will go to director and then please put the disaster is one topic, not part of the environmental. Yeah. About the nuclear energy policy, yes, I think it will be, I guess, it will be prioritized because our president is a military man and he like to research that related with nuclear and etc. Yeah. Perhaps he like also research related with the social and humanity sciences. Thank you.
Thank you. If no other question, thank you, Dr. Heri. for this very interesting presentation. May I request then to move on to our next presenter, Ni Nyoman Ira. Okay, Ni is a master student and she would be discussing about the Tsunami Ready Village as a model. Over to you, Ni.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. My name is Ninyomanera Jumantini, and I'm master candidate of anthropology in Gajah Mada University. It's a honor for me. Thank you. Sorry, I'm being so short. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's a honor for me to share about the Tanjung Benua, Bali. This is one of tsunami ready village from Indonesia and the first Indonesian tsunami ready recognition from UNESCO IOC. And I'm standing here to speak about where is anthropology stand. And Tanjung Benua is located at south coast of Bali. And Tanjung Benua has never had a tsunami and hopefully is never happen. And also Tanjung Benua also have a double exposure because Tanjung Benua the central of tourism in Bali and also have a ecological vulnerability. And in Tanjung Benua, also since 2006, local initiative like a CBAT and then we call the Disaster Risk Reduction Forum or APRB have a work to strengthen preparedness through community drills and mangrove restoration and local rituals of purification and sea offerings. From an anthropology perspective, readiness here is just about infrastructure or technology. It's about culture, cooperation, and care. Also, before I begin talk about preparedness, let me begin with a question. What does ready really mean? My ethnography research conduct from 2022 until 2024 explore the intersection between community-based disaster risk reduction or CBDRR and local and indigenous knowledge system or links. Through participant observation and interviews, I found that Trihikta Karana or the operation not just as a cultural idea, but as a living ethical system guiding everyday practice. Trihita Karana, as the Balinese philosophy, remind us balance with harmony for life. Safety is not just a matter of instrument or maps, but of living a balance with the sea, the community, and field in everyday life. This is three dimension of Trihita Karana. Sorry. This is three dimension about Trihita Karana or the philosophy of Balinese concept and also disaster ethic. It's number one is Parahyangan. Parahyangan is the harmony between human and God, and spirituality drive a harmony, and disaster ethics drive a cosmic balance and respect for nature. And number two is Palemahan, is a harmony between human and nature, and also have a connection about ecological responsibility and coexistence. And the last is Pawongan, is a harmony between human and human, or the relationship because in solidarity through Banjar on APRB becomes infrastructure of resilience. And in this side, this is my framework logical from my research design. And let me give you two examples from the field. This is a local community, local people from Tanjung Benoa, and also this is a mangrove trees in Tanjung Benoa. The pasang maling, or the thief tide at the rhythm of the sea. The local people say every fifth full moon, the sea quiet raises. Elders call is pasang maling. It's not just a natural occurrence, but as ethical reminder, a time when people must refrain from exploiting the sea. From a modern scientific views, this aligns with seasonal high tides and monsoon transition around September and October, often linked to El Nino. And so pasang maling isn't mythical, it's an indigenous climate observation, integrating sensory experience and more discipline and empirical occurrence. It showed the local cosmology and modern science describe the same rhythm. It just different language. And number three, this is a prapacabol. Prapacabol from the community. This is called the mangrove tree, and the locals say is scared, even haunted. A small shrine which built because believed to house a guardian spirit. Fishermen always offer canang or sesajan before passing by. And the community to the community, this tree isn't just vegetation, and it's a living guardian, embodying Trihitakarana harmony between human, divine, and nature. Preserving its both of spiritual obligation and ecological responsibility. And if we say in modern scientific rationale, mangroves like a prapacabol are coastal buffers. They stabilize shorelines, absorb wave energy, and also protects against abrasion. And the beauty here lies a convergence, not contrast, that care function as extremely role in scientific function. Both worldviews, indigenous and modern, reach the same conclusion. The mangrove keeps its coastal imbalance. Also, in key dimension from the model of resilience through community-based and indigenous knowledge approach in Tanjung Benoa. And this is, I have 3 dimensions about the hybrid model, like of prediction, prevention, and adaptation, also support for governance. And the role of local knowledge and interface with modern science. If indigenous knowledge and support to traditional institution, we can co-production about local wisdom plus science, and we can found the hybrid system. But from the role also have challenges and adaptation, because in Tanjung Benoa have tourism pressure, also social diversity, but Tanjung Benoa also have a support from Pentahelix and also support from the government, from Badung Regency and also BNPB, and also have support from BMKG also, and also support from international institution. So from the Tanjung Benoa, we found the hybrid resilience. It's a sort resilience is Tanjung Benoa. It's a growth from both local root and scientific brains. In many global discussion, resilience is often defined as the ability to bounce back, to recover after a crisis. But from the people of Tanjung Benoa, resilience is not something that begins after disaster. It's something that lives every day in the rhythm of daily life, in ritual and community ties, and in their relationship with the sea. And Tsunami Ready is a cultivating awareness, solidarity, and harmony every day. So the key point is this not a dichotomy between indigenous and scientific, because indigenous knowledge is also scientific. It's just built from different logics of observation, ethic, and time. What we see in Tanjung Benoa, it's a co-production of knowledge where modern data gains trust and local wisdom gain validation. This partnership transport preparedness from the technical checklist into a shared moral project. And in globally also often the ability to bounce back of disaster, but in Tanjung Benoa, resilience doesn't begin after tsunami. It's everyday life. And also today I want to talk about why the social dimension matter in tsunami research. From the tsunami research of tsunami risk is often described in number, centimeter of wave height, minute of warning time, and meter in inundation. But for the people of the community, risk as a face, a memory, and a meaning. It's a renew its ritual that honor the sea, and it's managed collective through kindship and adat institution and mutual care. Also, in disaster research, modern science often dominates, but in anthropology, remind us a disaster not just a physical event, it's a social experience. And by acknowledging social dimension of risks from the study from Tanjung Benoa also have 3 key dimensions about social memory and institution kinship like Banjar, Adat Council, and also women groups. And the last, ethical relationship. So this have a face and also support from Trihita Karana or Balinese concept for balanced life with harmony. So we can connect from knowledge extraction to knowledge co-production. And building trust solution, when knowledge is shared, power is shared. The positionality of anthropology in disaster research also have is an anthropologist's role. I call this is anthropology of care because standing with communities, not above them. By acknowledging our positionality, we resist to colonization of knowledge and support local epistemic, the right of community to define and represent their own experience of risk. Conduct in disaster and social process, not merely a natural event, but a social process that reveals how people interpret, remember, and act upon a certain. And also anthropology role like listen to local voice and translate between perspective and also connect local actors, scientific institution, and police frameworks. And disaster is a local experience, is not a just natural happen. And so this is ethical reflexivity and community engage. Conducting research.
Sorry, Lee, to intervene.
Okay.
If you can.
And conducting research is disaster prone. I have the ethical sensitivity. It's just 3 ethical sensitivity, and to bridging knowledge from action, we have collaboration about researcher, community, police, and nature. And also this is reframing tsunami risk from hazard to social relation. We have 3 relation about human and nature, generation, and so institution. To be tsunami ready is not to wait for the next wave, but it live awareness, solidarity, and harmony to the life. And this is conclusion toward ethical and cultural ground resilience. This is a 3 key lesson from Tanjung Benoa, and also resilience is social before is technical, build trust and build system. Number 2, local knowledge is ethical knowledge, is rooted in responsibility to people, place, and sea. And the last, disaster government must include experience, stories, and value matters as much data. And this is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nee, also for sticking to the time. I just have a quick comment, rather a compliment, Nee. I found a number of statements extremely interesting. Just to quote one of them, is to risk is also has a face and a memory. Also about the resilience being social and energy. These are very, I found them very interesting.
Thank you so much.
The floor is open for a few questions.
Sorry that I'm asking all these questions. So my question is, why do you call the Benoit approach a hybrid approach when at the same time you, in a way, postulate that it should be an integrated approach? I wouldn't call it hybrid. I would say it's the way we should think in the future.
Okay, thank you. Why I call the hybrid model? Because in anthropology perspective, if we see the local support of indigenous knowledge and also collaborate with science, hazard science, and in Tanjung Benoit also will also build about the community like a APRB and also have the recognition because the hybridization or the link of the local institution like indigenous support and also support from institution, they build the model like not every village use the indigenous knowledge for the support the community, but in Tanjung Benoit they use indigenous knowledge for the K to conduct the community we call resilience. And this is.
Is there any other question?
Thank you very much for your fascinating presentation, Era. I took a lot of notes, and I really liked it when you underlined the interdependent relationship, modern science, if you like, and local knowledge. I see a lot of cases where local communities are dependent to modern science, to what risk is as per the definition of as per global definition. Did you see any cases where science are actually dependent to the local community, and in what way?
Oh, okay. In science for especially for Tanjung Benoit, the first I saw the science conduct from the hazard maps. If hazard map also just have the route from the coastal area and also to go in the hotel area or the test tsunami evacuation. But after that, if the forum, the APRB discussion with the BMKG and also BNPB, the hazard map is a revision, and also they have a double route. And in my anthropology perspective, I think when the community have a when a community have to see the what can integrate and what can we build the maps, we generate a maps from the community. Also the community have speak about how is true or false. I think so, and I just want to say this. Okay.
Okay. No other question. Thank you. Me. The last one.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Era, for the presentation. I will argue that the community of Tanjung Benoit can be called as the face of community-based resiliency concept, because if we observe the community, we can learn a lot of things if we are talking about resiliency concept. But I will argue that community of Tanjung Benoit is lucky because they already have the concept of living in harmony with nature even before they understand about the resiliency concept. But I believe that is not the case for other communities in Indonesia. So what I'm asking is, from your perspective as a social scientist, what can we do, especially us, the government, what we can do to grow such concept internally within the community, so it's easier for us to push that community towards the resiliency concept that we believe. That's my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe in my my perspective, maybe if you want to collaborate with the community in another community, you can stand just not between the community, but you can collaborate with the community, and also support the how the community do, and also listening. And we have the three key point, and do with a community, listening with community, and also go with community and just stand above them. Maybe this is my answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you so much. And all the best for your research.
Is your focus on climate and that's the risk actually in the field?
Thank you, Harry. So, good morning, all. So, uh, so my presentation is somewhat in addition to the question, the last question. So I'm basically an interdisciplinary social scientist, but now I'm working with the government in the bureaucracy. So how well these two can go hand in hand? That was my eye opener, which I got through this particular project. So as we all know that in the year of 2004, in India, we had to face a severe catastrophe, tsunami, and among many other states in India, Kerala was also affected, and like most importantly, around 132 people lost their life, and it was after that the National Disaster Management Authority, the government of India, it's an authority under the government of Ministry of Home Affairs. In the year 2005, DM Act, Disaster Management Act, was also introduced. So during this time, there were lots of discussions happened, but Tsunami Ready, I think in the year of 2021, in Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, we did a piloting of Tsunami Ready, but we just did the mock drill, not the 12 indicators or the extensive UNESCO program. We just conducted a mock drill, how effective it is. So I think in the year of 2023, Kerala government was invited to attend the Northwest Indian Ocean regional workshop on tsunami evacuation planning. After that, we have decided, okay, we will also do the Tsunami Ready program for our coastal community. As we all know that Kerala, we have around 3.33 crore of population, and our coastal villages are panchayat are around 200 and plus. So being in the government system, it's very hard to get the funding. So what we thought is like, okay, in Kerala, we are having 9 coastal district. We will pilot 9 coastal village or panchayat based on its vulnerability. So at first, what we focused on is that, okay, 12 indicators we have to meet, then definitely we will finish it. So when I was given this project, what I thought is like, I'm from Kollam. My native place is Kollam. So that's where one of the Gram Panchayat in Kollam was severely affected. So I had an exposure to tsunami from a very young age, and after 20 years, I got this project. So I looked into my past also. Okay, what exactly went wrong? How this much life got lost during that tsunami? So these were some of the areas which I could find. And also while working for the project, because I had to submit a proposal, get it approved by the state executive committee, which is chaired by the chief minister, and also some of the other departmental heads. So then only with the help of state mitigation fund, we were able to do the project. So while doing research in order to write the proposal, these were the areas which I identified. And also I came across lots of tsunami ready villages globally, how well they executed it in order to achieve the 12 indicators, what all things which I needed to do. So one thing which I identified is that, okay, I have to get all the 12 indicators so that the certification will be done. But along with that, in tsunami in the year of 2004 in Kerala, the lots of death happened of children. So comprehensive school safety plan, comprehensive hospital safety plan are the two projects of Government of India, which every state disaster management authority in the state are supposed to do. So what we did is, along with the 12 indicators, we incorporated these two programs into our project. And also after in Kerala, we had a massive flood in the year of 2018 where out of 14, 12 districts were completely affected. So after that, it was, and as per the government order, every district and every Gram Panchayat, that means the local self-government, are supposed to have a disaster management plan for their community. In that, we needed to have a hazard vulnerability mapping and everything. And also we thought, okay, for all the coastal 9 villages we selected, we will update the DEM plan. We will check whether it is aligning with the aspect of tsunami hazard also. So why we took children? Because of this, because of the physical vulnerability and their cognitive vulnerability. Sometimes they won't be able to apprehend what exactly a disaster is, and also dependence to adults. Sometimes maybe tsunami can happen in school time. During that time, they will be in the school. So they are always dependent upon the adults. So during that cases, how well we have to make sure that teachers know what exactly needed to do. So one particular officer was made in charge to do the tsunami ready for schools. So this is the proposal we developed. So, and there were many things, and these are the 9 coastal Gram Panchayat which we identified, and currently we are doing the tsunami ready program. So these are the 6 steps. Okay, after identifying, after doing a lot of research and taking all the notes from the IOC UNESCO handbook for tsunami ready, I thought, okay, immediately now everything can be executed immediately. Everything is going to be well and good. So one thing which during my research I identified is that multi-stakeholder approach is needed to be done. So as per the DM Act itself, it has been said that it's not only the government institution, along with that we also have interagency group. We needed to have communities, along with that we need to have universities, research organization, and also independent organization, civil societies. So these were the major stakeholders which we identified to do a tsunami ready for a village. So first one is obviously KSDMA, also with the support of NDMA and INCOIS. So in Kerala State Disaster Management at the state level, we have a headquarters, and also for the entire 14 districts, we are having a district-based disaster management authority. So they were in charge of monitoring and overseeing all the activities. And also for the 9 coastal villages, we identified 5 educational institutions, and the 9 was divided among them because the map, inundation map, Sumatra based that based inundation map at first we got, and we thought we won't along work with the inundation map, we will do a PRA, because being a social scientist I thought, okay, because first of all I need to understand what I'm doing, so I have to study and analyze what an inundation map is, what is bathymetric data. That those things were really new to me. So we had a GIS lab in our department, so I sat with them, I learned, okay, well, how exactly it is. Then I have to deliver it to the community. If I go with the inundation map, they won't be understanding it. Then I thought, okay, PRA is a technique, participatory rural appraiser, that can be done, but through educational institution. For that, I identified few institutions. Some of the universities having disaster management as their postgraduate graduation course, some with social work as their graduation course, and also Kerala, Kila, one of the government state epic training institute of Kerala. So that were also identified, and these were the people given the responsibility. And also for the Gram Panchayat, we have the local self-government in the Gram Panchayat. So they were in charge of taking care of all the activities of the Panchayat. And we have many welfare organization, and along with some state flagship program. So we identified people from there. And also under the local self government, we have different working committee group. One of the working committee group is exclusively for disaster management, climate resilience, and biodiversity. So this particular 13th working group was put in charge to take care of the activities. And also we included civil defense, means volunteer works, Aptamitra volunteers of NDMA, means it's a project under NDMA, and also fire and rescue, because in order to do the mock drill, we need police and that kind of force. And also church-based institutions and karyogams clubs, etc., because I have to go to the community and I have to speak their language. For that, they won't listen to me. But if I have a community representative to talk on behalf of me, then it is well and good. So we identified church committees, karyogams, and other clubs. So this was the entire thing which happened. At first we assessed with the inundation map what needed to be done, and also planning. Even though we did it in higher level, but we always had a thing in our mind. It needed to be rooted in grassroots, and also collaboration of multiple organizations and agencies, and also community based. Like whatever knowledge they have, that also needed to be incorporated into the project. It's not only the inundation map or what 12 indicators we are supposed to finish. And next one is the vulnerability and need based assessment. That's how we did. So we referred this IOC UNESCO handbook, and in that there were lots and lots of things, but many of the things won't be applicable to Kerala. So being in the western coast and in the southern tip of India, like our like closer to Arabian Sea, the wind, the cyclones, everything is pretty much different to Kerala. So based on that, we identified few factors, and these were the conceptual framework we did, and we thought, okay, this is what we are going to take to the community in order to achieve all the 12 indicators. So as part of that, we developed a handbook both in English and in Malayalam in regional language, which is based on the IOC inquiries manual itself. So all the stakeholders were given this particular handbook, and we told them that, okay, this is the thing which you needed to do in order to achieve this project. So collaborative governance, like my earlier presenters were also talking about. So this is something after doing the project I reached. So not only a single entity can do tsunami resilience, we need collaborative governance. So how we did this, it is through enhanced preparedness, effective response, strengthened mitigation, sustained recovery. So this prepared has been done through strategic planning, and a response through coordinated practice, that means mock drill, and mitigation through comprehensive risk reduction strategies, and sustained recovery, like rehabilitation if we have to do, how we have to do, how sustainable it needed to be do. And for the entire process, continuous communication and coordination needed to be there. And it can be done through a governmental authority, because I think something mandatory needed to be done, then obviously there needed to have a mandate guidelines or SOP. See, these are the things you are supposed to do that. So all the assistance, all the help we need have to be on board. So government authorities, here we had inquiries along with NDMA and us, and also next, how we can be done with the help of multi-stakeholders. Here, UNESCO and all other organizations which helped us stands. So that how we did, it's through open dialogue. Continuously, we had a person from UNESCO called Nagma. Continuously with Nagma, Sunanda, Mahindra, Ajay, everyone, we used to have conversations like how we need to take it up, and also joint decision making. We didn't take any decision on our own. After discussing everything with the community and all, only we took, because whatever capacity building program they need, etc. And data sharing. And last thing is data sharing. It's very difficult because data sharing often doesn't happen in government institution. If we ask some other department, it's hard to get the data, but we somehow managed to get all the data because incois was helpful, and we are also, so it was a give and take policy. We also got the data like from them. So that kind of data sharing is also needed, because while we are doing the vulnerability analysis, social. Okay, so this is the thing which we did. The first thing is epistemological stance. That means we all know that there are different type of knowledge. Sometimes it's independent based on the observer, then people's experience and context, or sometimes it's based on human experience. But the common thing is it's needed to be rooted on traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, or like a local knowledge. So this is another thing which we focused on, social justice, because we are addressing a community. Most of all the coastal community members are vulnerable. So whether, like Fatima was asking yesterday, ethically whether it's right, whether they really need that. So this is something which we always try to keep in mind, social justice. So why we did that? Because ethical clearance, especially for vulnerable population, is something really important while we are doing the disaster risk reduction process, because we need to know what exactly they need. If they don't need, why they don't need that. So then only we will be able to address it. So this is the process. This is how I reached to the framework collaborative governance. So first thing, we did a state level consultation. After that, we did a district level pre-planning meeting where I traveled to the entire 9 coastal districts and 9 coastal panchayat and listened to them what exactly is the need, because some of them really don't want to do tsunami ready because they are like, there is no tsunami in near future. It's all about coastal erosion, swell surge. So talk about that. We need money for that. Why you're coming with tsunami ready? So continuous monitoring discussions were taking place, and here the stakeholders really helped us out, because if we are from a government agency, sometimes it won't really work, and the concept of collaborative governments really played a part. Another one is like SOPs, because we had universities to do the participatory rural appraisal. For that, we developed an SOP, what exactly needed to do. It was clearly mentioned and given to them because we want a uniformity. So as part of that, we had a health side analyst in public health. She conducted all the hospital safety program for the hospitals, primary and FHCs situated in the coastal area. Then the school safety program, which we conducted among students, teachers, and also parents teachers association. A tsunami is coming, how much you are aware of it, and lots of games, training programs were conducted on behalf. Then we did a PRA awareness, like to the community, how exactly needed to be do, what exactly is PRA, because we did transact map, like these are some of the activities we did, transact map, seasonal calendar, etc. So all this helped us to identify the capacity and vulnerability of the community, because we are, along with the tsunami evacuation map, we are also developing the plan. So these all really helped us out. So like in SDMA, we always used to give alerts, like every 3 hours we used to give alerts, like all the alerts related to coastal we are getting from INCOIS, and then we have a team over there, multitasking officer. We will disappear. And from the state level to the Tehsil level, that means to the last mile, we are sending the messages through WhatsApp. And while conducting the mock drill also, all the test mails and everything was disseminated through this. And also in the community level, among them also they have different WhatsApp group. So these are the signboards which we developed. So we made sure that it's not only in native language Malayalam, because in Kerala we have like floating population, also migrant population. So we try to incorporate both Hindi, Malayalam, and English into the signboards. So these signboards were put. And like before doing the mock drill, we again wanted to know how the community thinks and whether they will be able to execute it or they will be able to come along with us. So we conducted a tabletop before that. And after that, we conducted the mock drill. As you can see, people were really active. They even came with their pets. So it was not a mockery and a matter of like a fun activity. So they really owned it, and the mock drill was really successful in all the coastal places which we identified. We even conducted mock drill for the palliative, and like fire and rescue, Aptamitra, everyone, and other voluntary organization and the research institution also helped us out in the mock drill. And these are some of the newspaper news which came. And after that, we did the debriefing also, how well and effective it was for the community, etc. And the school safety program is being documented in a document. And these are the signboards which we developed. This again with the help of IOC INCOIS, that handbook only, we developed the signboards. So this is the core, which is still in process. I need lots of help from the science community to develop this, because I'm not a maths person or statistician. I always used to tell that I love letters. That's why I really hate numbers. Maybe it doesn't work for my head, but I think even if we're having a massive data, it's really important to quantify it, especially being in the governance sector, especially being a bureaucrat. If I'm going to the my head office or someone to grant me a project, they will ask, okay, where is the data? How much? What is the percentage? Sometimes behavioral and emotional quotient cannot be expressed, but that also needed to be identified. So socio-fractional risk framework is something which I coined out, but it's still in the process of developing. So like an vulnerability index we can identify. Here I have identified 7 things: socio-economic, socio-culture, socio-political, environmental, because these are the additional factors which can add on as a risk. Because if it's a person, if a lady, she is pregnant.
Excuse me, Midila, time is up.
Yeah. So this is the framework.
Yeah.
And
Sorry.
it's okay. So this is the last one. So we always try to make sure whatever we are doing is applicable and is working for the community. So we had a project, People Centered Early Warning, PC Twin. So in that, we were also be able to part of one of the training programs. So one of the activity was based on the vulnerability. So this is something which we coined. So all the framework and all the activities which we done, even though it was highly rooted on this thing, physics, tsunami science, inundation mapping, and all about engineering or science or computation, but everything is consist of human emotions and sentiments. So I think like it's as we say that disaster is also a social construct, so we can't really negate that fact. So for the community, especially we are addressing a vulnerable population, if it's for them, we needed to incorporate their voices, their ideas, their emotions into this. I think other than without that it is not possible. Sorry for the time taking. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maharaj. Is there any question, comment, please? Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a very fascinating presentation. As far as I know, that the challenging for the Tsunami Ready is about the ownership and the sustainability. As you mentioned, that you already mentioned how to build the sustainability through the collaboration. My question is there any regular collaboration that you try to do, or any kind of the program is under, probably is global program or national program, in order to keep in touch or has a close approach with the community? Thank you.
I think you asked, the question was like, is there any program already in place, or like is the unique one which we took? Is that the question? So like there are not a program which we can as such it is, but the government of India is considering lots of programs in that aspect. For instance, like a flood, landslide, because most of all the disaster is massive. So the coping capacity and the post-disaster thing is very difficult. So there is no any particular programs, I think, but we needed to have lots of program. Maybe in silos there are programs, but I don't think in this massive scale there is such program. But this IOC UNESCO Tsunami Ready program, then INCOIS, and also Probability Tsunami Risk Reduction program. And I think maybe I have quoted few programs because I'm not. NOA USGS program, Japan IRI IDS program, MOVE European Union program are some of the programs which try to incorporate the tsunami risk reduction, but it is highly rooted on geophysical sciences and socio-economic aspect to a core. But to understand a community, the concept of vulnerability is something which we need to highlight. So I think programs which is rooted on human dimension in that aspect is limited.
I think that's the answer already. I think because of the time. Okay. The last question, please.
I believe that it was a very interesting and important talk. But at the same time, certainly I should do one important comment to the lecture. You should not present your talk in the sprint style. You should take into account that about 2/3 of participants are not English native English speaking. And that is why it is for them, it is very, very difficult to understand. And also, when you are talking in this style, it is quite difficult to understand what is the most important, what is the secondary. You should start take this into account in your presentation.
Yeah, apologies. Next time I will keep that in mind.
That's okay. I think that's finished for this session. Thank you for Matilda and give.
Now session 7 came for end. Now I would like to invite Adito Kodia to present memento for our chair and co-chair. Now we are moving for the session 8, Tsunami Awareness and Preparedness. For this session, I would like to invite Professor Yoshiro Okumura as well as Akunti Rayahu to chair and co-chair the session. Professor Oshiro is professor at the Faculty of Societal Safety Science, Kansai University. He specializes in natural disaster case studies, integrated disaster reduction, and disaster resilience. Professor has conducted disaster investigation 27 times, both in Japan and internationally, including tsunami in Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and the United States, and earthquake and landslide in various countries. Professor Akunti Rayavu is a professor of disaster aspect in urban and planning at Institute Technology of Sumatra, Indonesia. Is a chair for the UNESCO IOC TOWS task team on disaster risk management and chair of the Indonesian Disaster Expert Association. I would like to invite them to chair the session.
Good afternoon. Already lunchtime, but maybe this session will start right now. Is it okay? Maybe. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I got a very good news. The lunchtime will start 1 a.m. So probably one keynote speech, maybe before that, right? Probably. First of all, I want to introduce the first keynote speaker. Dr. Bala, I want to introduce first keynote speaker.
Yeah, that is fine. I think it's okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, please start.
That's okay, Chair. Okay. Yeah. Because to save the time and lunch, we can have a little bit faster. Okay. Thank you for inviting for this keynote lecture. So I'll be talking this points on tsunami ready to multi-hazard ready. strengthening our communities in India. So this contribution is from my colleagues Sunanda, Ajay, Nagaraj, and Uday. So let me see that why we require to have multi-hazard ready community. So the question is asked, when is a tsunami ready? It is ready for the multi-hazards. So this is our experience we have got when we visited most of the villages, and our own experience, me and my colleagues Srinivas, when we want to make these hazards in hazard ready communities along our coast for last 20 years. The questions asked, yes, tsunami ready is fine, but we are suffering from many other things. Like Midila was telling about, if I go to Kerala, they will tell, okay, I am affected by the soil surges or high waves. And if I go to the same other villages where it's a tourist destination, they will say a lot of death of the people by the high waves or the rip currents. If I go to Andhra, this east coast, they will say there is a subsidence in that area. Many of our houses and get eroded and they are vanished. So we have to fly away from this area. So there is two aspects of this. When we say to the people, one the certainty factor, other is an impact factor. Certainty factor is, yes, when we go to the tsunami ready, it is not certain when the tsunami ready, but when we go to the impact factor, there is something which is certain and it is impacting. So when we make a multi-hazard ready, we have to a kind of balance certainty in X and impact on Y-axis. So our concept of making the multi-hazard ready is on these two aspects. So many things that you know already, and many speakers are already told what is actually Tsunami Ready Recognition Program. I am not going much details to that. So you know very well, its main goal is to improve coastal community preparedness for tsunami emergencies and minimize the loss of the life and property. So all these things, it is very clear to most of you, because many of these aspects is already being told. So it was the 12 indicator under 3 sets: assessment, preparedness, and the response. So based upon that, we made this tsunami ready communities. And now we have to go for the multi-hazard ready community. So India is concerned. We have the National Tsunami Ready Board. So this is actually chaired by the director in COIS, and the group director of INCOIS is a member secretary. We have the representative from NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and to have very vulnerable areas, we are representative from the island states like Andaman Nicobar areas, and some of the very learned SDMAs, especially from the Orissa State Disaster Management Authority. They have got a wide knowledge of disaster preparedness, because that is affected by state is affected by the cyclones. So this is our board. So we have the recognition process is going on. Many of the states, I think except one or two, almost all coastal states are actually be with us, and the process has started. As Midila already told, the Kerala is actually be almost getting ready for this 9 villages tsunami ready. So tsunami ready implementation is not only very success story for India, but it is a success story for even IOC UNESCO itself. because why we could actually convince them very easily because of their vulnerability to the cyclone and the 1999 Odisha cyclone. That is one of the very bad story for India because we couldn't save almost more than 10,000 life because we don't have a strategy for clear warning system. We didn't had a preparedness strategy. Both Odisha could succeed with, and the community is also well cooperative with the state administration. So see, this also you would have been seen it many times how the villagers are so keen and so cooperative for this the concept of tsunami ready because they are already the cyclone ready. So we have this story also very known to us. This is also happened. This giving the certificate to this. It is happened last 26 this 20th commemoration of Indian Ocean tsunami, where we have given certificate to 26 villages by our Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh in the same hall here. You can see these photographs on that. So it is actually the highest communities are recognized in Odisha, 26 villages. No, but now our process is to make it to all the villages in the Indian region, and very happy that our all leadership, especially in Odisha, the Odisha Chief Minister told he want to have entire district of Odisha is tsunami ready and their villages are ready, and Kerala also going in the similar way. We have just now I have a discussion with Andaman Chief Secretary. They are also ready for that. So India has got a very good movement for making the tsunami ready communities. So this is actually the tsunami ready implementation process happening in almost all coastal states. Gujarat with the two, and Andaman and Nicobar, Daman and Diu again two, Goa two, and recently we have NDMA, INCOIS NDMA conclave on the disaster risk reduction at Goa. This is actually process we started with NDMA. Actually, our NDMA also one of the most vibrant national disaster management authority in the world, which we make a lot of conclaves. We have in East Coast, we have in West Coast, in this thing, and also in Delhi, and the fourth one we'll have a Andaman, whatever I told. So we have a very clear plan for the Gujarat, Andaman, Daman and Diu, Goa, Kerala. Kerala is, I understand from Mithila that they are in the final stage of recognition. Of course, we have started the work in West Bengal and then Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, and Andaman Nicobar Islands. Now, Kerala and Andaman Nicobar Islands are forefront for the next recognition process. So again, I am telling what I told in the beginning. So INCOIS is not only a tsunami warning center, it is a multi-hazard warning center for not only India, but also the entire Indian Ocean region through its role as a RSMC for Indian Ocean region. So why we want a multi-hazard ready communities? So the thing is that there is so many process that every day basis it is happening in scaling many of the people along the Indian coast. Where, example, Midila was telling about soul search. That is actually last soul search killed almost 26 fellows in the coastal areas, especially Kerala and Tamil Nadu coast. And unfortunately, most of them are the medicos. So you feel that Kerala and the coastal tourism in the along the Indian Ocean region is increasing. So we should also prepare for this low profile but high impact hazards. It's a high waves or the soils or the storm surges or the rip currents. So these are the things we have to also focus. So how to put these hazards also in the framework of tsunami, tsunami ready factors, the 12 factors, and increase that indices and make it as a multi-hazard ready. So what we know that this is what we do because recently we are seeing in the Kerala coast there is 2 accidents of the ship which also have a lot of impact on the marine ecosystem and the oil spills and the hazardous chemicals. So these are the factors which is affecting, and there is a day-to-day basis. There is the even though there is a warning, the death of fishermen by the capsizing the small boats also increasing along the coast because extremes are increasing. The the technology to adapt for new kind of vessels to tackle this is also not there. So we thought that combining all these factors, we should have a common ground where some more factors has to be identified, incorporated in the tsunami ready communities and make a multi-hazard ready community. My colleagues Sunanda and Ajay is already in the job. So India will be coming with the indices for the multi-hazard ready community in future. I want to tell Kerala coast. So the coastal multi-hazard vulnerability and inundation maps, because you know some of the inundation things from the tsunami ready is okay, but some we require, for example, if it is coming from the storm surge, we require a little bit more sophisticated maps and incorporating the additional parameters. Either it is the tides or the high waves, not only to give how much is your the water level and what's the real inundation. So it will require see tsunami inundation things will be much higher in larger, but this require a very high resolution and with a high accuracy limit. So this is what we are now doing. The multi-hazard mapping activities, we already told you that is already completed in India. But we have to focus the high resolution inundation strategies for the most vulnerable areas, taking care of all multi-hazards. So including the realistic 3D modeling and the 3D visualization systems, so that again here we cannot give a false warnings to the people. So these all multi-hazards we told like tsunami, storm surge, high waves, soil surges, and high currents. It is already in the CAP protocol of National Disaster Management Authority. So how this has to be modified, or it has to be confirmed in many of the states. This is generally we have done for the India, but definitely there can be a change. For example, if I say the inundation based upon the storm surges in some of the areas where it is hilly area can differ, where there is flat area can differ, where there is beaches which is not inhabited much can differ, where there is highly populated like Kerala can differ. So these are the some things we require in discussion with the social scientists and make this criteria for multi-hazard ready. So this is also another big program of geospatial technology development in India, along with incorporating the socio-economic vulnerability. So India is going to integrate this, the outperform the physical models, inundation models with the socio-economic vulnerability. So that is one of our major objective for another 5 years. So where we require a lot of socio-economic people, because we are targeting vulnerability or disaster risk reduction, and the other side we are targeting the blue economy. So this is our plan for the next 5 years. So this is the information dissemination, because last mile connectivity, we need to go on improving. The problem here, when you say that multi-hazard ready community, there is a lot of challenges. We are okay with the people who are in the high sea. We are okay with the people in the coastal. It is all developed. But what about a boat or a fisherman, which is beyond a mobile range now, where he has to go when a tsunami warning is concerned? Because all other warnings, we have the enough time. But tsunami warning, whether he should go to deep sea or he ought to go to the coastal area, who will take the decisions? How will intimate him? So it require a clear, the actionable warning, understanding his location where he is. So for that we require some of the mechanisms like low cost, because none of the fishermen in this area, in the coastal areas of Indian Ocean, can afford the satellite mobile phones, because we have different community here. It is still many of the communities, fishing is not the industrial fishing. It is the fishing, the artisanal kind of fishing. So this is, we started with a different kind of ICT technologies to develop technology, low cost technology, to improve the dissemination to the last mile stakeholders. So this is, I already told this one, how to make a provide and integrate all the services with a multi-hazard approach, and also to make a multi-hazard ready communities. So this is where we have taken a big program with the National Disaster Management Authority, as well as the state disaster management authorities, the marine industries, Navy, and the Coast Guard. Because ultimately, when it happens in the coastal areas, Navy, Coast Guard, and the National Disaster Management Authorities and SDMAs are the first responders on that. So how to prepare for that, for the multi-hazard readies, and ultimately it will be ready, the tsunami ready communities also. So INCOI's advanced Sunday work through the science-based early warnings, risk assessment, and community prepared. I already informed you. So INCOI is also contributing to the UN Decade Tsunami Program by high-level objectives. ODTP program we already discussed, and INCOI's contribution or India's contribution to this we already discussed. So concluding, now we have refined our coastline. It is earlier it was 8,000. So it is actually 11,000 kilometers, 11,300 kilometers of vast coastline. So we have to prepare more on tsunami ready and multi-hazard. Empowering the local communities, it's a very big task for India. Sustaining training and awareness, as you know, it's a very vital response. So India want to have its own multi-hazard ready framework, incorporating all other additional hazards and the communities, what I already discussed. And we require help from the IOC as well as the WMO community for this purpose, making more policies. And we know very well that Indian Ocean have very multi-ethnic community. Whatever we adopt in this other part of the world may not be possible here. And because this is the area also with other hazards like the cyclones, waves is much higher. And we require more focus on science, technology, and most importantly is the local or traditional knowledge and tradition and their requirements. So this is where we have to be dependent upon more on social scientists like Midila here. So we want to in future we want to have more collaboration. We are also recruiting people of social scientists at INCOIS, because this is where I think we have to be more and more. It is. I think this is also not only for India, or it is applicable to almost all countries have the maritime domain. So by integrating tsunami preparedness in a broader strategy, India advances Sunday framework and UN decade goals, offering a model for the coastal resilience in the global south. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very nice speech. We got a very important information about your INCOIS activities. Let's go move on to the discussion. Short comment or question, please.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Bala, for such an impressive array of information and showcase Indians leading the world in many fronts, not just tsunami, but also the integration into the multi-hazard approach, but also your inclined to utilizing social science, building that, enhancing that multi-hazard, which put you in the great path in the sustainability and going forward for the coastal resilience, just in a sustainable way, and very impressive, which I will probably share back and in Australia as well. Just on the, particularly, I'm impressed with this threshold and the same color scheme of the warning for all hazards for dealing with anything, coastal. So I just saw on your slide, if you can, assuming you only this one, you only obviously highlighted the threshold based on the one particular intensity side of things, but I would have assumed you also would have considered the sense of urgency and certainty as part of the common alerting protocol. You need to have those three elements to define the warning level, right? So can you elaborate on whether or not you actually consider the sense of agency and the certainty in this aspect, as well as the intensity here?
Yeah, definitely. So the sense of urgency, actually, so you can see that tsunami and all other storm, high wave, soil surge, ocean currents. So when I say this tsunami, the urgency factor is much higher than other thing, because we have a system to predict 3 or 4 or 5 days before. So when we communicate to disaster management authorities, we have a cushion of changing this, but there is no cushion for the tsunamis actually. So when we give this SOP implementation in their level, we have given him this is a clear SOPs where you have what I can say, one important parameter here, for example, if you see this high wave alert, this high wave alert, when we are giving, there is two aspects. High wave alert to the fisherman, the high wave alert to the big boat owners is entirely different. So for this purpose, we designed another thing, another alert called a high wave alert. The small vessel advisories. So when we see this high wave alert, that is more, the threshold is more than 3 meters. There we assign all the people, including the big ships. But this is actually can be divided into the specificity of the stakeholders, especially the fishermen and small boats. That is how I told this. The small craft advisories, it's a subset of high wave alert, where you can say that, okay, this people of beam widths less than only can go to the sea. So this is actually incorporated in our SOPs of our the state disaster authorities. But when you say the tsunamis, it directly goes what the IOC framework. I think I understand, but I can have more discussion on that. I know that you have some clear, because it is not that because many of the countries not done that because of this complicity involved in this. Yeah. Okay. Srinivas also can give much.
Just add to what Bala has already detailedly explained. The time component of it, the urgency component is implicit in the warning. Like for example, tsunami, the coastal zone is put under warning only if the wave height is more than 2 meters, but then if the tsunami wave arrival is less than 60 minutes. So only then would it go into warning. Even if the wave height is more than 2 meters, if the travel time is beyond 60 minutes, it would get into an alert. So for each of those things, the time is kind of implicit into the warning procedures. So it's built into the SOP, like Bala was mentioning. So that cap part of it is, in that sense, it is taken care actually. Urgency, certainty, and the severity.
Really short, already 1 p.m. So please, we have to go to lunch.
Yeah, I know lunch certainly is extremely important, but I believe that we came here for science, not for lunch. Okay. So I believe that the entire topic is extremely important. Yeah, we should keep in mind that tsunami is not some kind of isolated process, but it is normally is combined with tides, sometimes with storm surges. There are some high frequency oscillations. So it is very important to take the cumulative effect of these processes. This is one side of the problem. Another side of the problem is that for hydrodynamics, the character of tsunami waves is very close to the character of some other types of waves, like seisures and so on. So when we study this kind of processes, actually we can get some additional knowledge about the behavior of tsunami waves, especially when we are talking about some specific sites. So, and I believe that I would say congratulations to you, because you are doing a very important job.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the very right words he told. So in India, we also told how to make a very extreme, because these extremes or this disaster comes or hazard comes. There is no rules, I think, basically rules. For example, 2 tsunamis come from Makran and one from the Indonesian coast or Andaman, and already one cyclone is that in that area. So how to do that one? So these are the things actually we are, as a scientist, we are working on that, because ultimately for the people, it is their life, whatever the mechanism we tell. So the extreme conditions India can face, we are also want to model on that. We have to make a scenario on that. We are on that job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can go to lunch. And I need, what time should we? Sorry?
You don't be hungry.
So before that,
Okay, actually, Professor Sasha, this is not only a matter of lunch, because in the lunch we have another meeting, like not meeting, I mean like PC Twin, right? Would like to have the discussion. I don't know whether why we should have to stop at 1 and maybe somebody maybe have to go to do some Friday praying. Okay, maybe that's the reason, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Before lunch, I would like to invite our chair to present a memento for our keynote speaker.
Friday,
Online participants, we are breaking for lunch. We will resume at 2 o'clock. Everyone, please come back at 2 o'clock. We will resume the session at 2 o'clock. 2 p.m. If anyone has PPTs to copy, please hand over now.
Thank you.